Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. Want to welcome you to the April 22nd, 2023 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show. I play my 45's, original vinyl 45's. We count down the music chronologically here on a Saturday evening. I am sitting just about on the floor here. My knees are killing me with this chair. It busted my sister-in-law's chair. I bought a new steel chair, and I thought it was going to come today. It did not. It's coming to Monday. They charged my credit card, so that means it's on the way. I think it was scheduled for delivery on Monday, but my knees are killing me. I'm sitting on the floor here. So you got like a deep dish view of Johnny G. Hopefully you'll get, well, the 45's will be the same. But anyway, welcome to the Vinyl Treasure program here, and where we spin your requests. Lots of requests tonight, probably about 58 records, though, a little less on the records here. But we opened up tonight's 50s edition with this trio from Trenton, New Jersey. They were called the Tritones. And this came out on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label out of Philadelphia. It's actually a cover song. This was first recorded by Oscar Pettiford and his Jazz All-Stars. I think it came out possibly on an Imperial EP. But these are the Tritones. This one came out in April 55. It features Vince Iorio. He is on the saxophone there, and I think this might have been one of the DJs in Pittsburgh. I think they were playing this. I don't know if it was Mad Mike or Porky Chedwick or somebody in Pittsburgh did it, because they re-released this record in December 62. You can tell those presses. It doesn't look, I'll show you this one momentarily, but it's from April 55, the Tritones on the Grand label. It's called Blues in the Closet. Well, Johnny G brings all his 45's out of the closet for Saturday night, so stick around from 9 to midnight with overtime. Let's start off here with the vocal portion here, and we're going to open it up with this group from Hempstead, New York. It's on Bob Shadd's Warner label, written by Leroy Kirkland and Bill Tennyson. Now, this quartet has a female lead and male backing. Now, the members were Teddy Jackson, Lazarus Moore, George Taylor, and the lead singer. Her name was Dolores Butler. Collectively, they were known as a cool name. They were called the Mighty Jupiters. So let's send this one out to listener Brian Korn in Wisconsin, because I know he likes this record. From February 58, we open up the vocal portion with the Mighty Jupiters on the Warner label. It's called High Walkie Tumba.
I walkie tumba little tum tumba. I walkie tumba little tum tumba. I walkie tumba little tum tumba. I walkie tumba little tum tumba.
Love came to me when I first met you. I know that this is the real thing. Oh, you know, I love you so. Oh, you know, I'll never let you go. Oh, I had no love till I first met you. Now that you've gone, I feel blue. You know, I love you so. Oh, you know, I'll never let you go. Oh, I walk you, ooh, I walk you, ooh, I walk you, ooh.
Johnny G almost getting caught here in the beginning of the show there. Well, that's a cool tune. I remember hearing that on Oldies Radio when the Collector's Show would hear that. I don't know if I would hear that. Maybe Don K. Reed would play that one there on a late Sunday night, but I like that tune. The Mighty Jupiters there. Dolores Butler on lead, February 1958 release on the Warner label. High Walkie Tumba is the name of the tune. Brian, if you're listening, I know you like that record. Let's continue here. Let's stick with the female leads with male backing now. This time, it's on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label. The group is out of Harlem, New York. Now, this quintet included someone by the name of Charlie. Now, when this group was interviewed, they didn't know his last name. It was just Charlie, and he was first tenor for the group. Lloyd Lomolino was the baritone, and the writers of the song were Ronnie Rocco Mack. He was second tenor. Robert Babe Stowers, he was the bass, and the lead singer, the gal, also had a hand in writing this. She was 14-year-old June Bateman, 14 years old at the time when she recorded this. She was originally from, and I hope I say this right, either Bobby in Texas or Charlene. She was from Schulenburg. Is it Schulenburg, Texas originally? But she relocated to Harlem, New York. Now it's with Sammy Lowe and the orchestra. I tell you, collectors, if you see Sammy Lowe on the label, you should pick it up. Well, especially if you find this one in a dollar bin, more power to you. But this was at one time one of my most desired retired 45's. So I was so thankful that Spence finally found me a copy. Listen, it's only VG, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosy. It's from November of 1956. Let's give a listen to the Marquis. June Bateman on lead. The Marquis on the Onyx label. It's called Bohemian Daddy. That's 14-year-old June Bateman on lead there with the Marquis, November 1956 release. That's on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label. Bohemian Daddy is the name of the tune. The flip side's pretty nice too, so stay tuned for that. I love this record. I remember I only had it on Relic for so many years, and Spence found me 2 copies of that record. One was whipped. I said, Spence, I am not spending that much on that 45. Now, who's calling me? Hopefully that's not my mother calling me. Let's see. Hold on, folks. Let's see. Oh, yes, it is my mother. Mom, there. What's the matter?
It says hi chat here.
Wait a minute. Hi, chat. Hold on a second. Let me put another record on here. The folks are waiting. Hold on. Okay, let's continue here. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the Vinyltreasure Show. And this is a request for listener Bob Evans in Ohio. And we go way back to December of 1950. The group is from Baltimore, Maryland. Wait, she's on the speaker. The group is from Baltimore, Maryland, but they recorded for Herman Lubinsky's Savoy Records out of Newark, New Jersey. And this is the B-side to their debut single. Great A-side. It's called I Will Wait. But Bob requested the flip side, which is excellent too. It features Larry Harrison on lead. December 1950 for the Four Buddies on the Savoy record label. It's called Just to See You Smile Again.
I wish that I had $1 million. I wish that I had the world full of what nowhere. I'd give you anything your heart desires, just to see you smile again. velvets and nylons and all kind of jewelry. I built a castle made of pearls and diamonds just to see you smile again. Please don't say no, darling, I love you so well. Gold, silver, and brass, it's a genuine honey that will never last. I wish that I had the wings of a peasant. I'd fly away and tear the stars down from heaven. I'd make your saddest moment so, so pleasant, just to see you smile again. I wish that I had the wings of a peasant. I'd fly away, tear the stars down from heaven. I'd make your saddest moment so, so pleasant, just to see you smile again. Oh, baby, just to see you smile again.
And whoops. That's, whoa, too loud there. That's by request. By request for Bob Evans in Ohio, the sound of the Four Buddies there. Four Buddies on Savoy. Larry Harrison on lead from December 1950. That's the flip side of I Will Wait Just to See You Smile Again. Of course, originally that was not on a 45. It only came out on a 78. It was pressed, I forget when Savoy first started pressing the 45s. But I don't think that originally came out on a 45. I think it was pressed maybe a couple years later, maybe 1952. They started with their 45s. I was on the phone trying to help my mother. I told her, don't click the hide chat button. She's on the tablet. She's reading all your chats, so please behave. Please behave, because Mama Galindo is in the chat room, or she can't type because she's got to sign on under me, but I'm signed on here doing the show as I babble on here. Let's continue here. We'll go from 1950 to 1952, and this is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. It's the sound of the Ravens, first recording for the Hub label back in 1946, but after releases on National, King, Columbia, and OK, they signed with Mercury Records for 15 releases. Now, Daniel requested their third, co-written by the lead singer, of course, the bass of the group. His name is Jimmy Ricks. This is from April 1952. The sound of the Ravens on the Mercury label, going out to Daniel. It's called Why Did You Leave Me? Wait, don't like that.
Tell me, baby, now why did you leave me? Oh, why did you grieve me? Oh, why did you break my heart? Oh, I never felt like this before. Never thought you'd ever go. Oh, the day you left, I fell apart. Don't know whether I'll make another start. I'm sick and disabled. You left me once again. Yes, I cried last night and I cried the night before. Worried about you, baby, search for you from door to door. Stacking up my love, baby, ain't gonna worry no more. Yes, I cry. Where can you be? Tell me somebody, please send my baby back to me. 'Cause I'm so lonesome, just as lonesome as a man can be. Tell me why did you leave me? Ooh, baby, why did you grieve me? Why did you break my heart? Send it to me, tell me, ooh, baby, why did you leave me? Where can you be? Please, send my baby back to me. Why did I let you go? I just don't know.
That's the sound of Jimmy Ricks and the Ravens there by request for Daniel Kubacki. In our YouTube chat room, April 1952, on Mercury Records, their third release on Mercury, Why Did You Leave Me? Is the name of the tune. John G, Not Leaving You, not till at least midnight. We're going to go a little later than that. Got lots of requests tonight. I added a few in the early sides here because they were too bunched together. When the requests get too bunched together in the same year, it kind of extends the show a little bit. But let's continue here. Let's go back. Well, let's go to Nashville, Tennessee for this request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Now, this quartet was formed at the Tennessee State Penitentiary and by Ed Thurman. Ed Thurman, he was the second tenor for the group. Now, the lead singer was wrongfully incarcerated in 1943 for rape. I think he was convicted of 6 counts of rape, but back then it was not really good. It was not. But to pass the time, he would sing in his cell and write songs. Now, the group was encouraged to practice by the warden James Edwards, who felt that this was a great form of rehabilitation for the inmates. Now, they performed at various civic functions. He had them perform there. Of course, they had guards everywhere, but they did perform at civic functions, and the public really started to take notice. Now, the warden then contacted a couple of talent scouts who worked for Sam Phillips. Of course, Sam Phillips, he owned the Sun record label. They were allowed to record with Sun Records, and their first single was a song called Just Walkin' in the Rain. But Gordy, he requested the follow-up. And for this recording, Sam Phillips brought the recording equipment directly to the prison to record them because it was too much of a hassle to take them out of the prison and record at the studios. I guess, I don't know, was it easier? Who knows? But this is the second of 4 on the Sun record label. It features Johnny Bragg on lead. This is going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. I had to change the needle on this. You got to play this 45 with a 78 needle. It's from July 53. These are the Prisonaires with Johnny Bragg on lead on the Sun label. It's called My God Is Real. 1 second.
There are some things I may not know. There are some places I cannot go. But as for me, I'll take God part, for God is real, for I can feel Him in my heart.
As by request for Gordy Freeman, they're the sound of the Promineers, Johnny Bragg and the Promineers. They're second of four on the Sun label from July 1953. My God is Real. It sounds so much better with a 78 needle. It does, and that's a nice copy. Spence found me that 45, and it wasn't a cheap one, I can tell you that much. Very rare 45 on the Sun record label. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We continue. We count down the music chronologically. Here we are in the 1953 block. Now here's a request for listener Big Dave Swinger, as this group, they are from Detroit, Michigan. They were discovered by Johnny Otis. They would sign with Sid Nathan's Federal record label before they changed their name to become the Midnighters. They were known as the Royals. Now, Big Dave requested their 8th release on Sid Nathan's Federal label, written by the lead singer, Henry Ballard, a.k.a. Hank Ballard. He's on lead. This is from September 1953. The sound of the Royals, going out to Big Dave Swinger. It's called I Feel That Away.
I feel that way. I feel that way. I feel that way. I feel that way. Like doing a little wrong. While baby is gone. No, I won't be good. Like I know I should. I feel that way. I feel that way. I know I'm not right. Sneaking out tonight. But I guess I'll do it and see what's to it. I feel that way. I feel that way. Oh, baby, when my love comes tumbling down, I need your loving, but you can't be found. Now tell me, oh, baby, what am I to do? I feel that way, and I'm so down blue. I feel that way. I feel that way. I feel that way.
Going out to Big Dave Swinger. They're the sound of the Royals. The Royals, a.k.a. they would become the Midnighters, but not yet. That one there from September 1953. Sid Nathan's Federal record label with Hank Ballard on lead. He wrote the tune I Feel That Away is the name of that tune. Let's continue here. Another one in 1953. This one a request for Gordy Freeman. It's on Bill Beasley's Republic record label out of Nashville, Tennessee. Kind of a Tennessee connection here in 1953. This is with their first release, at least with this group. They backed up female vocalist Helen Foster. She also recorded for the Republic label. I have that 45. They then followed that up with their own single, an early Ted Jarrett composition, very important in the state of Tennessee with 1950s vocal groups, and he penned this tune. This one here going out to Gordy Freeman, May 1953. This one a little crackly. Like I said, you can't get everything in mint, unfortunately. These are the chapters on Republic, going out to Gordy Freeman. It's called Goodbye, My Love.
Lord have mercy,
I'm losing my love. Done the best I could, can't do no more. And if you're tired and dissatisfied, goodbye my love. Goodbye my love, goodbye my love, goodbye my love. I'm going to miss you late in the evening, but I can't hold you if you wanna go. So now that I know you don't love me no more, goodbye my love. Goodbye my love, goodbye my love, goodbye my love. Haven't I been everything a true love could be? I'm with you, rain or shine. I've tried to make you a part of me, but looks like I've lost again. I don't know why you have to leave when you know I love you so. But take your new love, forget my true love. Goodbye my love. Goodbye my love. Goodbye my love. Goodbye my love. I'm gonna miss you late in the evening, but I can't hold you if you wanna go. So take your new love, forget my true love. Goodbye my love. Goodbye my love. Goodbye my love. Goodbye my love.
They're called The Chapters. The Chapters there, that's going out to Gordy Freeman, May 1953. That's on the Republic record label. Not many vocal groups, or not much in rhythm and blues on the Republic record label. Lots of boppers and country on there, but you get a few of these. The Chapters there, their second, well, really their only their own release there. Goodbye My Love is the name of the tune. Johnny G not saying goodbye. Didn't I say that before? Anyway, let's continue here. We are in 1953 for this next group. We go to Harlem, New York, and one of the all-time classic songs of rhythm and blues and rock and roll was this group's second release on George Golner's Rama record label. I'm sure you know the song. It was called G. It's unfortunate, though, that none of their other singles ever achieved or received that much attention, but they did receive attention from collectors like us. Yes, they did. But let's give a listen to the follow-up to G, and it's actually a reworking. This song is actually a reworking of a 1950s release by the Captains. It was called Chief, Turn the Hose on Me. But they changed the name of this. It features Daniel Sonny Norton on lead. I have this on red vinyl. We'll talk about it more after it plays. It's from July 53. The Great Sound of the Crows. Sonny Norton on lead. The Crows on Rama. It's called, well, we'll talk about that too. It's called Call a Doctor.
Yes, call the doctor, fire department. Yes, chief, turn the hose on me. Well, call the doctor, fire department. Oh, chief, turn the hose on me. And I lost my baby, I'm blue as I can be. Yes, call the doctor. Fire department. Yes, chief, turn the hose on me. Yeah, well, call the doctor. Fire department. Oh, chief, turn the hose on me. And I lost my baby. I'm blue as I can be. Well, my baby, she told me yes, my love was growing cold. Oh, my baby, she told me yes, my love was growing cold. Now I lost my baby, I'm blue as I can be.
Well, my baby knocked upon the door. She put arms around me and I fell upon the floor. Call the doctor.
Call the doctor. Fire department, she turned the hose on me. And I lost my baby, I'm blue as I can be. Fire department, yes, she turned the hose on me. You well, call the doctor. Fire department, yes, she turned the hose on me. And I lost my baby, I'm blue as I can be. Yes, call the doctor. Fire department, yes, call the doctor. Fire department, well, call the doctor. Fire department. Oh, somebody call the doctor. Have mercy on me and call this doctor for me. Somebody please call the doctor. Oh, call him for me, please.
Whoops, that's the sound of the Crows. Daniel Sonny Norton and the Crows, July 53 on the Rama record label. Call a Doctor is the name of the tune, but they're not even saying call a doctor, they're saying call the doctor, so that's the first mistake, and it's funny that they did that. But anyway, the other odd thing about this is that the West Coast presses of this, if you have a West Coast copy, I think it probably pressed up at Monarch, for some reason, this side is by the Jewels instead of the Crows. So I don't know, I was bidding on that and I lost that in one of Brian's auctions. I was upset about that, but I did bid a lot of money on it, but I didn't win it. But that's okay. I'll keep the East Coast press on red vinyl. That'll do. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here. If you're new to the program, you're just stopping by, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. We got to get up to 1,000 subscribers, and then we'll start doing some specials during the day about on groups, on different genres of music. So I got a lot of things in my collection I want to share with you, the Vinyl Treasure listeners. Let's continue here. We are in 53. This next group, they're out of Cleveland, Ohio. It's a request for Gordy Freeman. They would approach disc jockey Alan Freed for his help. Now, Freed was able to get them a contract with Leonard Chess's Chess record label, and they would have 2 releases on the Chess label. Now, Gordy requested their first, but as a result, as payment for Alan Freed doing them a favor, he said, you have to give me writer credit on the song, and then I'll play it for you. Well, that's how the business was back then. It was actually written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Charles Carruthers. But this was a big number 3 R&B hit for the group. It's on the Chess record label, going out to Gordy Freeman, August 53, the Coronets on Chess, and their tune called Nadine.
Thrill that comes
I miss the glow of your smile, the laughter that brings me sweet bliss. The thrill of your lips seeped into my heart and penetrated on my soul. Your lips asked the question, my lips told a lie. Forgive me, darling, don't say goodbye, Nadine. Won't you lend me your arms? I am a victim of foul circumstance, so Nadine, give me a chance. The thrill of your lips seeped into my heart and penetrated on my soul. Your lips asked the question, my lips told a lie. Forgive me, darling, don't say goodbye, Nadine. Won't you lend me your arms? I am a victim of foul circumstance, so Nadine, give me a chance.
That's the sound of the Coronets here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. August 1953. Nadine is the name of that tune. Remember hearing that on the Time Capsule Show. Leonard Chess's Chess record label. They would have two more on Groove Records. Well, that was their first of two. Their other one is hard too, well, actually, this is not as hard as their second one on Chess. They got two more releases on the Groove record label. I have featured them here on the program. Let's continue here, and we move into 1954 now. And I added this. This is one of Johnny G's ads. We go to the Bronx, New York for this next group, and it's their debut single. And this actually kicked off, this record kicked off Jerry Blaine's new label. It was called Josie Records. This song co-written by the lead singer. His name is Larry Gales. This is from April 1954. Let's give a listen to the Starlings. Want to send this one out to George Tompkins. The Starlings on the Josie label. Larry Gales on lead. It's called My Plea for Love.
I love you, and you say you were meant for me. Please give your loving heart to me. That's my plea for love. My plea for love. And I want you to be by my side. For your love I will never hide. That's my plea for love. My plea for love. I walk around the town of my baby. Yes, I
There you go. Johnny G added that to the mix of your requests there. April 1954, The Sound of the Starlings. Larry Gale's on lead. That's the first record to come out on the Josie label. My Plea for Love is the name of the tune. Now, after this, they would have two more releases on the Dawn record label as the Starlings. Then they signed with MGM Records as the Twilighters. I went up to Connecticut. I think I did a guest spot on Al Bernard's Moondog Matinee. I think it was 1999 at the time. It was my first guest spot, and I brought some rare records up there on WESU, I think, that Wesleyan College, and I met Al for breakfast at that diner in Middletown there on the main drag, and I forget the guy that came. His name was John. He brought that record there, and he had some LPs, some chess LPs, but he found that record. Of course, we made a deal to do the transaction there. Of course, then he calls me back and he says, you didn't give me enough money for that record. I said, well, wait a minute, I gave you a lot of money for that record. It's not that I have a lot of money for the record. He said, we agreed on the price, but you can't go back on the deal after that. I gave you the cash. It's done. It's over. It's done. And I don't know what happened to him, but I think he was an electrician or something up in Connecticut. Anyway, Johnny G here babbling along. We are in the year 1954, and let's go to Washington, D.C. for this group. It's a request for Gordy Freeman. This group first recording for Chess Records back in 1952. This is their second release on Don Robey's Peacock record label, which is out of Houston, Texas. Now, the tune written by the lead singer, his name is Scotty Mansfield, and this is going out to Gordy Freeman, November 1954. They're called the Clefs, C-L-E-F-S. The Clefs on Peacock Records. It's called I'll Be Waiting. This is for Gordy.
Waiting.
That's the sound of the Clefs. The Clefs on Don Roby's Peacock record label. That's going out to Gordy Freeman. It's called I'll Be Waiting. That one there from November 1954. Scotty Mansfield on lead. Now with their next release on Peacock, they would record as Scotty Mann and the Masters. That one released in August of 1956. I have that 45 also. We continue here on the 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show. Got one more play in 1954. It's a flip side from last week for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, as last week Daniel requested the Four Bells, a group out of Harlem, New York, and the B-side to their second release that came out on the Gem label, Gem Records out of New York City. The song was called My Tree. This week he requested the A-side of the 45. It came out in May of 1954. It's on the Gem label. These are the Four Bells. It's called Only a Miracle. This is for Daniel.
Only a miracle would bring you back to me. Only a miracle, and that can never be. I'm longing for the chance to return to you, but heaven only smiles at a love that's true. That's why I'm lonely. Remembering your sweetness and her charm. Only a miracle can fill these empty arms, but still I keep on wishing and praying to, because I know that someday my miracle will come true. That's why I'm lonely, remembering her sweetness and her charm. Only a miracle can fill these empty arms, but still I keep on wishing and praying to, because I know that someday my miracle will come true.
Yes, Mike saved. That is a trombone. It is. That's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. That's the side. The Four Bells, May 1954 on the Gem record label. Only a Miracle is the name of the tune. Only a Miracle will get Johnny G to play a to play a bootleg. Nat, I almost was going to play that Cezanne's for you, but I don't have it on an original. I have it on the bootleg, and the bootlegs look really nice too, those Cezanne's. Pardon Me. I like that record. That was big on my want list. Let's continue here. Moving to 1955 now with a request for listener Jim Lampley in Texas. This group is out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Began recording back in 1951 for Bess Berman's Apollo record label, but Sid Nathan was able to lure them over to his King label. And in 1954 through 1964, they had 28 releases on the King label. Jim requested their fourth, written by the guitarist and group member Loman Pauling. It features Johnny Bragg on lead. This is from January 55, going out to Jim Lampley, The Sound of the Five Royales. On King, it's called You Didn't Learn It at Home, for Jim.
I know your mama taught you to be a good girl. You were taught to be the best thing anybody can tell. But oh, you real fine thing, where did you learn how to shake that thing? Didn't learn it at home. Didn't learn it at home. You didn't learn it at home. You didn't learn it at home. You can really go, you can do it so. I know you didn't learn it at home. At home, hey! Yeah!
Where'd you learn that at, girl? I know you didn't learn that at home. Well.
I can love you. As long as you're around. Love me. Till I fall off 20 pounds. But oh, you real fine thing, where did you learn how to shake that thing? Didn't learn it at home. You 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 can really go, you can do it so. I know you didn't learn it at home.
That's a cool tune there. That was The Sound of the Five Royales, January 1955 release. It's on the King record label, Sid Nathan's King record label. You didn't learn it at home. That's what my mother used to say to me. I didn't learn it at home. That's going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. We continue. Here we are in 1955. We go to Chicago, Illinois with this request for listener Jimmy Amato. Now, in 1955, Solly McElroy left the Flamingos to join this group. They signed with Leonard Allen's United label back in 1955, and this was their debut single, their first of four on the United label, with Solly McElroy on lead. It's going out to Jimmy Amato. I don't know, I have bad luck with United Records because sometimes there's like some kind of pressing defect. And there is, I'm warning you in advance, there is an annoying pressing defect in this. I forget the other record that I have it in, but it comes and goes, but it definitely is worse in the beginning, so I'm apologizing in advance, Jimmy, for that. But it's still a great record because it is a nice shape, so I don't know what is wrong with it. February 55, these are the Moroccos on United Records, going out to Jimmy. It's called Pardon My Tears.
Thanks for inviting me out, knowing
I felt so blue. We had a wonderful time. Still I know that I'm holding back memories I knew. So pardon my tears, pardon my tears. Everyone so nice, there's no denying. Pardon my tears, pardon my tears. But tonight I just can't keep from crying. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Should I have stood in her way? She wanted somebody new, so what was I to do? I should have known she would stray. Words can express how I feel. Only my heart can explain. Oh, how I hope and pray she'll come back someday. I know my prayers are in vain. Pardon my tears, pardon my tears. Everyone so nice, there's no denying. Pardon my tears, pardon my tears. But tonight I just can't keep from crying. Tonight, ooh, tonight, ooh, tonight I just can't keep from crying.
That's a debut single for the Moroccos. See, it sound great in parts, but other parts it's got that nagging sound there, which really is, I even took the toothbrush to that to see what was in there. But anyway, that's the Moroccos. That's going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, February 1955. On United Records, Leonard Allen's United record label, Pardon My Tears, a great sound of Solly McElroy. He was with the Flamingos. He sang lead on some great records that they did, Someday, Someway, and That's My Desire, and Golden Teardrops on Chance, also Dream of a Lifetime, and I Really Don't Want to Know on the Parrot label. Don't ask me to play I Really Don't Want to Know on a 45. I can on a Mint 78. That I can do. Thank you for tuning into the Vinyl Treasure Show, and thank you all for saying hello to my 87-year-old mom who is watching Johnny G here on YouTube. And I got to get her a sign in where she can maybe type in the chat room. I'll be working on that. She's on the tablet, though, and she's watching downstairs. I'm up here 2 flights up in the attic, spinning the 45s. Let's continue here. And we are in 1955. Here's a request for Nat Papagallo. I saw you there in the chat room, Nat. He's listening down in Naples, Florida. Now, this is a 45 that I purchased from Ronnie I. I went to Clifton Music in Clifton, New Jersey. I made 2 trips to Clifton Music, and I was looking at his bootlegs. I said, Ronnie, I want originals. I don't want bootlegs. I came here with some cash. So he did sell me. He was pulling records out. I don't know. He was pulling oddball records out from under the counter, and he was playing them for me, and I ended up buying some. But this was one of them. But this wasn't an oddball record. This group is out of Harvey, Illinois. First recording as the El Rays on the Checker label. That's a good tune too. I should pull that out to play. But they signed with Vivian Carter's VJ record label. They changed their name to the Dells, and Nat requested their second release, I still need their first release, though, but this is their second release on VJ Records. It features Johnny Funches on lead. It's going out to Nat Papagallo. Do you have this in your jukebox, Nat? The original I'm talking about from December 55. The great sound of the Dells on VJ. It's called Dreams of Contentment.
Sweet dreams, wow. Sweet dreams of you, wow. Dreams that foretell, wow. The love in my heart, wow. Sweet dreams, wow. Dreams of contentment, wow. Wishing for you, and feeling so blue. Sweet dreams brings back memories of you. Reminds me that I love you. And you love me too. But I'm gone. Oh, yes, yes, you've gone. Sweet dreams of you, dreams coming from my heart, and searching for you.
December 1955 release there. That's going out to Nat Papagallo in our YouTube chat room. So is his younger brother Angelo in the YouTube chat room. Angelo in the state of Maine. Those are the Dells, though, out of Illinois. There you go, December 55, their second release on the VJ label. This was a number 3 record on WILY in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That must be a cool station to have this a number 3 record. This is their second release on VJ. Johnny Funches on lead, the Dells with Dreams of Contentment. Hopefully Johnny G keeping you content with these 45s that you requested. We continue here. We are in 1956. Let's go to Harlem, New York for this group, and this is a request for Big Dave Swinger. They have this one release on Bess Berman's Apollo label. Now, the group included William Perkins, Burnett Lengester, Willie Wiggins, Joe Warren, Felix Hunt, and Harry Dixon. Collectively, they were known as the Inspirations. And listen closely to the wailing sax break on this song, because I think it's Jimmy Wright and his orchestra. I think they were moonlighting here on the Apollo label, as I think he did often. I really do, on some of those singles by the vocal tones, etc. But this is for Big Dave. This is from April 56. These are the Inspirations on Apollo. This is my mother's nickname Her real name is Dominica, but her friends, I call her Mom, but her friends call her Maggie. And so do the aides that come here. She wants to be called Maggie, so we'll send this one out to my mother, who was watching all of you in the YouTube chat. The Inspirations on Apollo for Big Dave Swinger from April 56. The song is called Maggie.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody wanna talk to Maggie. 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 Well, she said, doo-bop, jabam, jiddy-bop, whoa, whoa, whoa. Doo-bop, jabam, jiddy-bop, doo-bop, jabam, jiddy-bop, whoa. Doo-bop, jabam, jiddy-bop, doo-bop, jabam, jiddy-bop, whoa, whoa, whoa. So sweet, well, that's my girl, yes, she's mine. I'm gonna love her, gonna squeeze it till the end of time. Bop, you man, and dilly rock, whoa, 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 whoa,
See, I got Reed King to agree with me. That sounds like Jimmy Wright and his orchestra to me. It does, but those are the Inspirations going out to Big Dave Swinger, April 1956 release on Bess Berman's Apollo Records out of New York City. The song is called Maggie, and my mother's name, really her nickname, she's really Dominica, but her friends call her Maggie. I'm really John Galindo, but my friends call me Johnny G. Hope you're digging on the tunes. Here we are in the year 1956. Now, on the March 18th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for listener Gordy Freeman by the Heartbeats. It was their third release on B. Caslin's Hull record label. The song was called Your Way. Now, listener Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida, requested the flip side of this, and he has this one in his jukebox too. This is written by William Henry Miller and the lead singer. His name is James Shepard. Now, Nat tells me he has an original in his jukebox, but I bet it sounds great because he uses all those original tubes and needles. So he knows how to take care of those jukeboxes. The main thing is taking care of them. Don't let that grease pile up on them. When I used to get the 45's, they were all greased up with they call it juke wear when you're looking for those little codes for the records there. But anyway, and he wants to send this one out to all the chatters in the chat room. This is their third of 4 on the Hull record label, The Great Sound of the Heartbeats from May 1956. It's called People Are Talking.
People are talking, saying that you love meant it to be. Our love no one can subdue. Yes, God gave me one heart to give my heart to you.
People are talking, saying that you and I are through. Saying true, saying true.
That's the great sound of the Heartbeats there. James Shepard and the Heartbeats. That's going out to Nat Papagallo, May 1956. That's their third of four on B. Castlin's Hull record label. People are talking. As long as they're saying nice things about you, that's okay. Not bad things. Let's continue here in 1956 as we head to Los Angeles, California with this request for listener Kenny Mack, who is celebrating, what did you say, Kenny, your 28th wedding anniversary? Congratulations on that. 28 years. That is a good mark for sure. Now, this singer had 2 releases on Johnny Otis's Dig record label, and Johnny also wrote this tune. It's his second release on Dig, and there is an uncredited vocal group backing him up. Maybe the J.O.'s, maybe. But this is for Kenny Rice. It's a great tune. It's by Billy Mann. Billy Mann, September 1956 on Dig Records. Billy Mann with A Million Heartaches Ago.
Where's the love that I knew?
Love that I knew,
And that heart so
that heart so true.
those lips I used to call my own. A million heartaches ago. Life just don't seem the same.
Don't seem the same
Since I lost my old flame.
lost my old flame.
Those arms that used to cling to me. A million heartaches ago. I know I should forget you, but my dreams won't set me free. I pray your pride will let you come back home to me. Oh, let's make love anew.
Make love anew
In our old rendezvous.
oh rendezvous.
My darling, like we used to do. A million heartaches ago. Where's the love that I knew?
Love that I knew,
And that heart so true.
that heart so true.
Those lips I used to call my own. A million heartaches ago. A million heartaches ago.
Million heartaches
Great tune there, Billy Mann. That's by request. For Kenny Mack, September 1956, on the Dig record label, A Million Heartaches Ago. Now, Billy would later record with the Electras and also the Delmars. For you collectors out there, the true first press of this is on the blue and silver. I found mine. I bought this from somebody, had nice mint copies of it a long, long time ago, but I found the pink and black copy in the wild here on the East Coast, so that's interesting. But that is Billy Mann, a great tune. I think his other one is good too on the Dig label. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening spinning original vinyl 45s. If you have a request, you should send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Drive Charlene crazy if you type them in the chat room. She told me she has a headache from all the requests in the chat room, so you got to send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. We continue. Here we are in 1956. I want to send this record out because I added this. I want to send this one out, this next song out to Eddie Votex and Indrajot Advani. They are listeners in the UK, and they tell me they've tuned into my show now for maybe for a while now. I don't know, but I'm starting to correspond with them on the show. But they tell me they're listeners in the UK, and they tell me that there are loads of clubs in the UK that play all types of 50s music, and there's one specific club in Camber, England, where they do a full weekender called Rhythm Riot, and they play a lot of the songs that I play here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. They should pipe me in there is what they should do. But that's being, I guess, vocal group harmony. But the guys and gals, they do go there to dance. And Eddie tells me that this next song is one of the most popular that is played at these clubs, this type of dance style that they do. And I feature this group often here, this group from Newport News, Virginia, often here on the program. This is their 7th of 20 on the Capitol label. We usually play their ballad sides. We never really look to their jump sides, but they go crazy for the jump sides over in the UK. And you know Johnny G is both a ballad guy and an up-tempo guy. I know we have all different types of listeners in the chat room, but I like to make everybody happy. And this is with Howard Biggs and the orchestra. This was the side that charted. It was a number 6 record on WHOD in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But I'm going to send this one out to Eddie Votex and Indrajot Advani. They're listening in the UK, April 56. The 5 Keys on Capitol. It's called She's the Most.
She's the most.
Lips like cherry wine,
She's the most.
big brown eyes that shine,
She's the most.
and she's mine, all mine.
Got the most, most to go. She's the most. She's the most. She's the most.
Suit me to a T,
She's the most.
sweet as she can be.
She's the most.
She belongs to me.
Got the most, most to go.
She's the most, she's the most. She's a solid chick that make bells ring. She thrill me to my soul. Well, she loves to bop and she loves to swing, and she got big eyes for rock and roll.
She's the most.
Style that's hard to beat.
She's the most.
Gives your eyes a treat.
She's the most.
Kisses are so sweet.
Got the most, most to go.
She's the most, she's the most. Bop, 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 ba-da-da-da, bop, 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 ba-da-da-da, bop, 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 ba-da-da-da, ba-da, 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 bop, 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 ba-da-da-da, bop, 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 ba-da-da-da, bop, bop, bop.
That's we rarely hear those up tempos by the Five Keys. We're used to their ballads there, but not over in the UK. That's going out to Eddie Votex and Indrajit Advani. Those are the Five Keys. I think they all sang on that record. They all sounded like they were singing there. April 1956 on the Capitol label. She's the Most. Hopefully Johnny G is the most on a Saturday night. Let's continue. Here we are in 1956 now. On last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I featured the Flamingos, a request for Kenny Mack. He requested the B-side to their sixth release on Leonard Chess's Checker label. It was called Just for a Kick, and listeners Josue Perez and Daryl Letts asked if I could play the flip side, as this song was featured in the 1956 motion picture Rock, 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 which starred Alan Freed and a whole bunch of cool groups lip syncing to their songs. And this one features Nate Nelson on lead, and I like this record, one of my favorite of the Checker releases by the Flamingos from November 1958. This is going out to Josue and Daryl. The Flamingos on Checker. It's called Would I Be Crying?
Can't be lying. Can't you see that I'm crying? Would I be crying if I were lying to you? My heart's about to break. I regret making my mistake. My love for you burns the same, and my tears can't put out the flame. Won't you forgive me? Oh, darling, forgive me. You must believe me. I will always be true. Would I be crying my heart out for you and hurting the way I do? Would I be crying if I were lying to you? Won't you forgive me? Oh, darling, forgive me. You must believe me. I will always be true. Would I be crying my heart out for you and hurting the way I do? Would I be crying if I were lying to you?
I guess we can call it motion picture music. Really, we can. Those are the Flamingos. Nate Nelson and the Flamingos going out to Daryl and Josue, November 1956 on the Checker record label, Would I Be Crying? The funny thing is, if you watch that clip of the movie there, of them singing. Look at the lineup. The group is missing one of the members. Zeke Carey is not there. He was serving in the military at the time when they recorded that scene. Of course, he sang with the group when they recorded the record, but not when they recorded the scene. He was off to the service. He was. But anyway, and Evan, that's because this is a West Coast press. If you want to collect the checker label, even Chess records for the Moonglow stuff, you don't want that crappy styrene. You want the hard vinyl. You need the Monarch presses on the West Coast. That's coming from an experienced collector, because the styrenes, they get wrecked, especially here on the East Coast, because a lot of these records were played with bad needles. But anyway, let's continue. Here we are in 1956. And after the Orioles left Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label, they signed with Vivian Carter's VJ label. Now, some say that the sound of the VJ Orioles is strange when it's compared to the glory days of their releases on Jubilee Records, but they recorded 3 for VJ Records, and listener Jim Lampley from Texas requested their second. Now, with their first release, they were known as the Orioles featuring Sonny Till, but with the next 2 releases on VJ Records, they were just Sonny Till's Orioles. Now, Jim requested their second of 3 on the VJ record label. It's from November of 1956. These are Sonny Till's Orioles, with Sonny Till on lead, of course. It's on the VJ record label, and the song is called For All We Know, for Jim.
Again, before you go, make this moment sweet again. We won't say goodbye until that very last minute. Hold out my hand, and my heart, yes, will be in it. For all we know, this may only be a dream. Yes, we come, and we go. Like the ripples on a stream. So kiss me again. Tomorrow may never come. Tomorrow was made for some. Yes, for all we know.
That's the sound of the Sonny Till's Orioles there. And that one there going out to Jim Lampley in Texas, November 1956. For All We Know, Vivian Carter's VJ record label. I have that other one. What is the one on Abner? Sugar Girl, is that the one? I have that 45. I haven't played it in a while here. Maybe I should pull that one out. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are moving into 1957 now as we go to Brooklyn, New York, and it's a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. Now, one of the many great groups discovered by band leader, a songwriter and producer, Al Brown, and the group's members were Sonny Eugene, Clifford Rice, Vic Rice, Charles Sanders, and the lead singer Troy Keyes. Collectively, they were known as the Starlights, and this is the intended B-side of the 45. It's with Al Brown and his orchestra. They're providing the instrumentation. This is going out to Daniel. I like this song too, from July 57, The Starlights on Peak. A cool logo. Peak tops them all. It's called Missing You.
Got me missing you, missing the joy of kissing you. Wonder what boy is about to do the things I used to do. Asking everyone in town, how and where can you be found? You got me missing you. I tried to play it fair. Whoa, whoa, darling.
Sound of the Starlights there, going out to Daniel Kubacki, July 1957. It's on the Peak label. Peak tops them all is the logo on that. Missing You is the name of the tune. Troy Keyes, the lead singer on that, he would leave this group to join the Velours. He became a member of the Velours, and you can hear him on their Cub release, I'll Never Smile Again. That's Troy Keyes on lead, and he's also doing lead there on with the Starlights. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in the 1957 block, and this is a request for listener Butch Ford listening over in Hawaii. I wonder how the weather is in Hawaii. It's right now 56 and rain here in Westchester County, New York. But somebody said it was 30. It was like 36 or 39 degrees in Wisconsin. That is cold there. But this group is out of San Diego, California. This is their only release on Charlie Reynolds' Flash label, which was out of Los Angeles, California. Now it features Nip Roman on lead. So we're going to send this one out to Butch, listening in Hawaii, October 1957. These are the Hornets. The Hornets on Flash. It's called Crying Over You.
Crying over you all the night, wishing for your love, knowing I can't have you. Darling, I spend all my time crying over you, crying over you. A heart that's untrue, you can stop the tears. Oh, please make it soon. Darling, I pray that time will heal my wound. You said that you would wait until the end of time, but yesterday was eternity. Today you're no longer mine, crying over you. All the night through, just waiting and wondering, not knowing what to do. Darling, I spend all my time crying over you.
As by request for Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, those are the Hornets from October 1957 on the Flash label. It's called Crying Over You. Nip Roman, he's the lead singer on that. Now, he had a solo release prior to this, which I do have. I think it's no group. I think it's just an R&B tune, Nip Roman. But he also has a later release on the Sahara label. I think it's called Tears in My Eyes, I think. That's it. I'm upset with that record. I bought it from Al Bernard a long, long time ago, and it hisses for about 10 seconds, and it kind of ticks me off. But anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We are in 1957, and let's send this next tune out to Connecticut listener Mike Sape. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with those budget label singles. They're singles, or sometimes they're just 45s, sometimes they're EPs, or a lot of times they're EPs. They're like Prom Records, Promenade, Big Four, Bonus, Big Hit, Hit. There's a bunch of them that came out, in the 50s and the 1960s, and some are fairly good. Others are not that good, but you would see, I think they would advertise in the trade magazines. Maybe they also advertised on TV, get the big hits of the day, but they're not the originals. I don't know if people bought them, but I guess maybe they thought, who cares? What do you want for 50 cents or whatever it is? But some of them are good, and I have to thank Mike Sape for this tune here. And this is actually a pretty good cover of a tune originally done by the Schoolboys. And I think, you're familiar with the song Please Say You Want Me by the Schoolboys. That was their first release, but that was actually the B-side of that first 45. The A-side was a song called Shirley that was played got onto the Billboard Hot 100. So maybe that's why it made it onto this Promenade EP. But the group on this is called the Promineers, and Mike mentioned to me that he thinks that Arthur Cryer was in this group, or heard that. I was trying to do some research on the Promineers because they use that name on a lot of the singles, and maybe they use that for both white groups and black groups. But I agree with Mike that this sounds like this is a black vocal group here singing. But they actually do a pretty nice rendition of this cover of the Schoolboys record called Shirley. This one probably came out in early 1957 on the Promenade record label. It's the EP. This is the first cut. I don't know what side it is, but we'll send it out to Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room. These are the Promineers from 1957 on the Promenade label, going out to Mike Sape, their rendition of the Schoolboys tune, Shirley.
Just the way
Can you see me, folks, here? Can you see? Well, there's no sound because I didn't have it on. How about now? There you go. Am I back? So I'm playing Shirley. Wait, let me put the record here. I got to splice the two here. All right, now it's on. So I'm playing Shirley, and all of a sudden everything went black. And then it went out, and then it flips back on, and then it went out again, and then it was coming. I mean, that's going to ruin your PC. I'm telling you. Listen, I have no control over that. We were in a great group. I had like 51 people in the chat room there anyway. But is it back? You don't hear me? You don't hear any sound? Yeah. You don't hear the sound now? I'm back. So you're back here. How about now? You hear it? Sound? Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. You got sound? Okay. I apologize, folks, for that. I had no control. We were in a big groove here, too. I just was going to announce. Did I announce? I played the song Shirley. I was just about to announce it. Okay, refresh. All right. So there you go. Eddie, everybody can see me now. I am back. Okay. I'm sorry, folks. I have no... George Tompkins told me to get a Generac. That's what he told me to get. But anyway, so everybody come on back. Come on back. We're missing like 20-something people. They left. It's terrible when you have these things because nobody wants to, it's just problematic is what it is. But anyway... I apologize. Tom Shaughnessy, are you back too? Okay. So let me announce what we played. There you go. So we're back. I featured that was the Promineers going out to Mike Sape in Connecticut, 1957 on the Promenade record label. Actually a pretty decent cover, I would say. That was pretty good, even with the instrumentation and whatnot. It's not that big production, but still was a nice cover of the Schoolboys tune Shirley. Well, now that Johnny G is back in business here, I don't know if the YouTube thing is going to work. Yeah, it's still connected. It's 2 hours and 12 minutes. It's still going. All right. So we are in the 1957 block now. So now on last week's... Wait a second. No, I take it back. No, let's continue here. We are in 57. Up next, a request for Rick and Philly. Rick and Philly, are you in the chat room there? I don't know. Rick and Philly, are you in the chat room there? This group discovered by the wife... This next group was discovered by the wife of band leader Al Brown. She heard them singing in the New York City subway and gave lead singer Johnny Mastrangelo her husband's business card. They ended up recording 2 on the Joyce label. This is their second. The group included a female singer at the time. Her name was Patricia Vandross. Now, she was the older sister to R&B singer Luther Vandross. And this song features an 18-year-old Johnny Mastrangelo at the time on lead. So we go back to October of 1957. This is a request for Rick in Philly. He requested the Crests on Joyce with their tune called No One to Love for Rick in Philly. Hopefully you're in the chat room.
Oh
That's going out to Rick and Philly in our YouTube chat room there. The sound of The Crests there with Johnny Mastroangelo on lead. October 1957, the second release on Joyce. He was 18 years old when he recorded this. And you heard the girl in there, too. She was a part of the group, at least when they recorded for the Joyce label. And then when they signed with Coed Records, Johnny would change his name to Johnny Maestro. And by the way, my mother saw all your hellos. I went downstairs when the power went out, and she wants to thank all of you. You're so very nice, she said. But thank you for welcoming her and greeting her. Stephen in Arizona, she was especially focusing on what you said. So I don't know what you said, Steve, but she liked what you said. Anyway, let's continue here. Johnny G is back here after the power. It was pouring. You might have heard thunder here also when I was talking, but it was pouring rain. It didn't rain all day. Now it has to rain now. Anyway, let's continue. Here we are in 1957. On last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for listener Gordy Freeman. This group was out of Harlem, New York. Gordy requested the A-side to their second release on Paul Winley's Winley label. It was called Please Let Me Love You. Listener Daryl Letts. Is Daryl Letts back in the YouTube chat room? Don't know, but Daryl Letts asked if I could play the B-side before I file it back down in the No Humidity basement. This tune co-written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Adam Jackson. Going out to Daryl. October 57, the sound of the Jesters on the Winley label. It's called I'm Fallen in Love. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Daryl Letts, sound of the Jesters. Adam Jackson and the Jesters, October 1957. I'm Fallen in Love is the name of the tune. A group that covered this, a group out of Danbury, Connecticut, they're called The Highlights. They cover this. They do a nice cover from 1961 on the Record Fair label. I haven't played that one in a while. We'll have to pull it for a future show. Let's continue here in 1957. Up next, a group that they're out of Mount Mount Vernon, New York. This is a request for Big Dave Swinger. They had 9 releases on Al Silver's Herald record label. This was their third, a tune written by their manager, Dick Levister, and the second tenor of the group. His name was Eddie Quinn, and it features the lead singer, Bob Scholl. He's the lead singer on this. This is from December of 57. This is the sound of the Mellow Kings. The Mellow Kings with Bob Scholl on lead for Big Dave Swinger on Herald Records. It's called The Only Girl, parentheses, I'll Ever Love.
Feeling this feeling in my heart. You are the flower in my garden of love. You are the angel heaven sent from up above. You are the only girl I'll ever love. I'll ever love. You make my heart aglow, and my angel, I want you to know I will love you and never ever let you go. Please don't go, my darling. I have not looked for another, because I know we'd never part. Oh, my darling, there is no other, because of this feeling here in my heart. You are the flower in my garden of love. You are the angel heaven sent from up above. You are the only girl I'll ever love. You are the only girl I'll ever love. Only girl I'll ever love.
That's the great sound of the Mellow Kings. Bob Scholl on lead, December 1957 release by request for Big Dave Swinger. That's on Al Silver's Ember Records. The Only Girl, parentheses, I'll Ever Love. Now, my Aunt Mary met Bob Scholl. She was with her girlfriends in Mount Vernon. I don't know what she was doing in a Mount Vernon bar. I don't know what year it was. I don't think it was in the 50s, though. It had to be after she was 18 years old. That has to be a fact. But he was there, and she told me that he bought Bob Scholl bought my aunt a drink, and they were sitting there talking at the bar, and he had a space between his teeth. If you look at the pictures of the Mellow Kings, she mentioned that, or she noticed that. But anyway, she told me she met him. You can check out the photos, but it was unfortunate what happened to him. He died He died on August 27th of 1975. He was struck by a 17-foot pleasure boat while he was crabbing off the shore of the Great South Bay in Babylon, New York. He was, I guess, he was in a snorkel and mask and fins, and a net, and he was looking for crabs. It was like in a shallow water, I guess. And this somebody was with their boat, came too close or whatever, and he suffered multiple head injuries, and he died 3 days later. He was 37 years old. He left a wife and 3 kids. That was back in 1975. I think his brother took over and became the new lead singer of the Mellow Kings, and they continued to do the oldies circuit there for a while, but a very unfortunate ending for Bob Scholl, lead singer of the Mellow Kings. Let's continue here. We move into 1958. I really like this next song here. We head to New York City to Danny Robinson's Vest record label. This is a request for listener Butch Ford in Hawaii. He might have already left, maybe not, maybe he's still around, but this label was named this Danny Robinson label was named after his wife Vesta. It was called Vest Records, and the group was named after the flying monsters in a 1956 Japanese movie. If anyone has ever seen that movie, it was called Rodan. So this is going out to Butch from late 1958, the Rodans on the Vest record label. It's called Time is Passing.
Time is passing, and darling, I'm blue. I'm all alone without you, darling. I want you. I need you. Time is passing. Time is moving on. Darling, why did we part? I miss your love. It hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. I want you. I need you. Time is passing. Our love was once so true. Now what am I to do? I pray that you come home and never want to. I'll keep on praying your return. My little heart, it really yearns. It really yearns. I want you. I love you. I need you. Time is passing. Time is passing.
As going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room. I like that tune there by the Rodans, late 1958 on the Vest record label. Time is Passing. And I can't seem to find any info on this group. Every time I play the record, I try to find more information. I can't do it. But this was the first single on the Vest label. And Jimmy, you mentioned that Louis Silvani had a 78 of the Rodans. I know that young listener collector Braden McCallow also has a 78 of the Rodans on Vest. Maybe there's more 78s than 45's. I don't know. Johnny G babbling on here. We're back after good old Con Edison and the power outage here. But let's continue. We are in 1958. Here's a request for Rick in Philly. This singer from San Francisco, California, was a member of the Romancers. They recorded 2 on Dootsy Williams' Dutone Records in 1956, but after the group broke up, he recorded some demos that came to the attention of Jubilee record executive Mortimer Paltz, I think that's how you pronounce his name, P-A-L-I-T-Z, who signed him to the subsidiary label Josie Records. Now, his original recording of Do You Want to Dance would be overdubbed in New York City by session musicians, which included guitarist Billy Muir. So that cool guitar that you hear on Do You Want to Dance, that's Billy Muir, who used to be a Facebook friend with me. I used to correspond with him on his records, and then unfortunately he passed away, but he was up there in age. But it became his first solo 45 on the Josie label, his first of 12, but Rick requested his third, and it's a wonderful ballad. I like this record too. It's a song he wrote from October 1958. This is Bobby Freeman on the Josie label by request for Rick in Philly. He's in our YouTube chat room. It's called Need Your Love.
I've been waiting so patiently because I need your love so bad. I come to thee
That's a nice ballad there by Bobby Freeman. That's going out to Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat room. Bobby Freeman, his third release on the Josie label from October 58, Need Your Love, a song he wrote. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, this is a request for listener Amnon. It's on J.D. Miller's Zinn label out of Crowley, Louisiana. The lead singer was known as Little Henry. Actually, he recorded under different names: Little Henry, Little Clem, or Little Henry Clement, or just Henry Clement. And then Henry Clement and the Dewdrops. So this record comes out, or he recorded under different names. I have this under that Dewdrops name. It just wasn't filed. It must be on the unclean box up here. But this 45 was issued, or the 45 that I have in my box over here, I have two. I have one under Henry Clement and one under Henry Clement and the Dewdrops. So that's the one I'm playing tonight, co-written by the lead singer. This is for Amnon from late 1958. Henry Clement on Zinn. It's called I'm So In Love With You. This is for Amnon.
Never let you go. misery. Because I love you so, and I'll never, never, never let you go. So baby, let me hold your hand. I wanna be your loving man, 'cause I am so in love with you.
Yeah, that's a Cajun doo-wop there. Henry Clement, that's the way this copy is, but I think I have it as Little, I think it's Little Clem and the Dewdrops, I think is, or that's another record that he has. I have two by him on this Zinn record label, late 1958. That's for listener Amnon, Henry Clement with I'm So In Love With You. We are in the year 1958, and here's a request for listener Kenny Mack. And I think this group is out of New York. This sextet included William Spann, Gerald and William Valentine, Earl Polite, Norman Grayson, and Andy Brooks. Collectively, they were known as the Pals, and this was their only release. First issued on the Turf label in August of 58. It came out a year later in June of 59 on the Gaiden label. And this is a request for Kenny Mack. August 58, the Pals on Turf. It's called Summer Is Here for Kenny.
Summer is here. Buzzed all the bees. The wind seems to whisper all through the trees. Summer is here. There is love in our heart. Love in our heart. Patiently we've waited all through the year. Everyone's happy and full of cheer. Summer is here. There is love in our heart. The weather is warm. The days are so long. We'll be sad when it's gone. We were so happy when it began, but like all season, it has to end. Summer, yes, summer is in everyone's heart. The weather is warm, the days are so long. We'll be sad when it's gone. We are so happy when it began, but like all seasons, it has to end. Summer, yes, summer is in everyone's heart.
That's going out to Kenny Mack. He's in a summer mood tonight. August 1958, the Pals on the Turf record label. Summer is here. Well, it was here in New York about last week when we hit like 91 degrees for like 2 or 3 days in a row. Then we went to like 40s. And now today, it's, well, I can't see it. The news says breaking news. What? Power outage in Westchester County? That's what I'm talking about. Let's continue here in 1958. Now, on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for listener Mike Sape. He requested the Avalons on, well, I'm going to say Zell Sanders. It's really Johnny Louise Richardson, her daughter, but because she was spreading the wealth around, but it's Zell Sanders' Dice label, and the side that Mike requested was called "You Broke Our Hearts." Now, those Avalons on that side would later record as the Teen Clefs the following year. But Jimmy Amato and Darrell Letts asked Johnny G to flip the 45 over, and this Avalons on this side are really the Cliquettes, and they're backing up, I think it's a 12 or 13-year-old kid singing on this, according to John Clemente, of course, a girl group extraordinaire. So this is for Jimmy Amato and Darrell Letts, December 1958, the Avalons on Dice. The song is called Luella. As going out to Jimmy Amato and Darrell Letts, the Avalons there from December 58 on the Dice record label. Luella is the name of the tune. Reed King mentioned about the numbering system. It was all messed up on J&S. Dice is weird because it's backwards. So if you're filing the Cliquettes, their first release was number 100. I think it was A Teenager's Romance or something. That was their first record. It goes backwards. Don't ask me why. And then she was, the ones at Tiffany Street were one thing, and the ones on another street were another. It is so odd, the numbering system on the J&S record label. We can talk about it. That could be one of our special talk shows. Johnny G be taking phone calls. Yes, I will. Let's continue here in 1958. We go back out to Los Angeles, California with this request for Matey Campboy. Now, Matey Campboy used to be my number one California listener. So now she has to work her way up because I have many California listeners now. But Matey was gone for some reason for a while, but she was back. I was glad to see her, as others were glad to see her. And she requested 3 records tonight that I'll be playing. This is her first one here on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label. Now, it's Jesse Belvin, or it says on the label is Jesse Belvin and the Sharp Tones, but in reality, it's a duet or a duo with Jesse Belvin and Tommy Buster Williams. Now, both of them previously sang as members of the Gassers on the Cash label, also as the Shields and the Turks. Now, Belvin and Williams were singing with Gaynell Hodge and Alex Hodge as the Turks. I think they just broke away to sneak this one in on the Aladdin label. So this tune written by Eugene Church. So this is a request for Matey Campboy in California, June 1958. Jesse Belvin and the Sharptones on Aladdin. It's called Let Me Dream for Matey.
Let me dream while the moon is bright. Let me dream while my heart is light on this so perfect night. Whoa, 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 whoa. I close my eyes and in slumber soft I see your face throughout my every thought for you. Are the angel in my dream. Now, whoa, you're my baby, and you always be, my ever-loving baby. You were meant for me. Let me love for the rest of my life. Loving you is a perfect delight for you. Are the angel in my dream. Are the angel in my dream. Are the angel in my dream. Oh, are the angel in my dream. Whoa.
That's going out to Matey Campboy, the sound of Jesse Belvin and the Sharptones, but really is Jesse Belvin and Tommy Buster Williams, a duet there from June of 1958 on the Aladdin label, Let Me Dream. Got to say hi to Andy Lamusio in the chat room. Yes, Andy, we have a bad storm here, and whatever it did to the power surges here, it can damage your PC. It's going to damage my mixer, damage my turntables, but it did it 3 times in a row. Like it went out for 3 seconds, then it came back, then it went out again for 4 seconds, then it came back. That's going to wreak havoc on any electrical system, especially my PC. Anyway, I am back here. That's the good thing. Let's continue here. We got another Flipside request here for Daryl Letts. I featured The Vows of Love by the Paragons last week, a request for Gordy Freeman, their 4th release on Paul Winley's Winley label, which was the intended A-side. Daryl once again requested the B-side. This side features Julius McMichael on lead. We go to March of 1958 for the Paragons. The Paragons on Winley. The song is called Twilight. This is for Daryl.
Twilight, 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 peeping through my window. Twilight, 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 peeping through my window.
Twilight, twilight, peeping through my window. Twilight, twilight, where did my little girl go? I love her, how I love her, yes I love her. Oh, twilight, my heart is for
That's a great sound of the Paragons. Both sides of their records are great. That's Julius McMichael on lead, March 1958 on the Winley label. Twilight is the name of the tune. The Paragons Meet the Jesters, a great album. I have one in the back here. The cover's kind of messed up, but it's on the blue label, which is pretty cool. Usually you see it on the black label. I saw it on the blue label, so I picked it up for $1. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in the year 1958, and here's a request for listener Adrian Viterbo. He is in our YouTube chat room. He is listening in Mexico. He uses his, as a few people use their YouTube account of their spouse or their daughters. I know Chipper uses his daughter, but Adrian uses his wife's account. So he comes into the chat room. That's why you see me say Adrian. But he's listening in Mexico, and sometimes I tease my audience with 45s I have like hanging around me, so I may show them to the web camera. And I did it with this record, and Adrian noticed, and maybe he checked the song out, but he requested it. This group is from North Philly, first performing as the Regionaires, appearing at the Apollo Theater in New York City. But George Gollner heard them and offered them a contract with his newly formed N label, and he changed their name to the Classmates. Now, this is their second of two. I like both of their singles on the End record label, but this is their second one, the one that I showed at the camera that Adrian noticed. And the tune is written by the lead singer. His name is Ronald Jones. We're going to send this one out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room, tuned in. He's listening in Mexico from March 58. Ronnie Jones and the Classmates on the N label. It's called Lonely Boy for Adrian.
I'm just a lonely boy here in my teens, and I'm looking for the girl of my dreams. She doesn't have to be fine, only say she's mine. Yes, I'm lonely today. No one comes to see me, no one to help me play. Yes, I'm lonely. I guess I'll always be this while strolling through the park. Yes, in the early morning dew, I heard a voice calling. I wonder, could it be you? I'm just a lonely boy here in my teens, and I'm looking for the girl of my dreams. She doesn't have to be fine, only say she's
Kitty Leads here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by request for Adrian. That's Ronnie Jones and the Classmates. That's their second release on the N record label from March 1958. It's called Lonely Boy. Why are they giving me copyright stream issues? You know, I got to admit that at least YouTube is getting this show up quickly with the chat. It's surprising that they're doing that. It is, but they've been pretty good with me. The copyright police, I'm going to knock on wood, have been good with John Johnny G lately. Let's continue here. We are in 1958 on the February 4th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show. I played a request for listener Kenny Mack on Danny Robinson's Vest record label. It was by The Ladders. It was called Hey Pretty Baby. It was listeners Daryl Letts and Nat Papagallo that requested the flip side. And this is written by the group's manager, Les Cooper, but it features Johnny Jackson on lead. This one going out to Nat and Daryl, 1958. These are The Ladders on the Vest label. It's called My Love Is Gone. I had to get on to we're on Oldies and More Radio. I want to welcome in the Oldies and More Radio Network here to the Vinyl Treasure Show as at midnight here. We just heard the sound of The Ladders, that one there, going out to Daryl Letts and Nat Papagallo, 1958, on the Vest record label. What is that? Was it Tara's Theme? Is that what the name of the song is? It's called My Love Is Gone. Well, it sounded like that. Anyway, but now, which copy do you have in your jukebox, Nat? Do you have the true first press on the Vest label without the stars or with the stars? Is the logo with the stars? That's the easier one to find, but it's harder to find without the stars. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday night, rainy Saturday night here, having wrecking havoc here with the power here. The power already went out, and 3 times in a row, I thank goodness that it reconnected back to the YouTube channel there, but my stream, the recording stream, I have to splice those together. It went out and I got to connect them now. But we are in the year 1958, and up next, a request for listener Joe Shakatana, who's a little bit under the weather tonight, but he said he's tuned in on the tablet, so we say hi to Joe Shakatana. Now, this singer originally from New Orleans, Louisiana, but he was raised in Buffalo, New York. He was a member of the Vibra Harps that recorded for the Beach label. I don't know if he recorded on that, but he was with the group. But he went solo in 1957. He signed with Sid Nathan's Deluxe label for 8 releases. Now, Joe requested his 6th, which is a cover tune. This was first recorded by Savannah Churchill back in 1947. We move up 11 years to 1958 with this version by Donnie Elbert. This is going out to Joe Shacatano, May 58. Donnie Elbert on Deluxe, and his rendition of the tune, I Want to Be Loved, But by Only You. This is for Joe.
I want to be loved, but by only you. I shouldn't be so crazy about you. What can I do? This feeling has me sighing. My dreams, they're magnifying, but they don't ever come true. Just a wee bit little, 'cause I want to be loved, but by only you.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano there, the sound of Donnie Elbert. Donnie Elbert and a group from May 1958 on the Deluxe record label, I Want to Be Loved by Only You is the name of the tune. Hopefully you're loving these tunes that Johnny G is doing. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. We got to get up to 1,000 subscribers, and we are now piping into Oldies and More Radio, so we welcome in that crowd here. We move into 1959 now. Now, how many of you out there are bashful guys? I told Barbara I was bashful when we first started dating, but not anymore. I'm not bashful, but on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for Nat Papagallo by the Earthquakes. Came out on Devorah Brown's Fortune record label. It was the intended B-side of their debut single. It was called Darling Be Mine. It was listener Daryl Letts that requested the A-side. So maybe Daryl is the bashful guy. It again features Armin Abney on lead. Let's go to November of 1959 for the sound of the Earthquakes on the Fortune label. It's called Bashful Guy for Daryl. Oh, wait, that's not right. I got to be careful how hard I press the play button. There you go.
Boom, 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 boom.
Bashful guy is a good thing that I feel down inside. Oh, say, oh, and after you pass by, I'm just a bashful
boom, 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 boom.
Bashful guy, you know I've loved you for a long, long time. Oh, how I dreamed to make you mine, but I'm a bashful guy. I'd like to tell you how loved you are, that your eyes twinkle like a shining star. I'd like to tell you that I love you so, but how could you know until one day saw another feeling start to walk your way? I knew I'd lose you if I stayed a bashful guy. And so I told you how loved you are, let your eyes twinkle like a shining star. And so I told you you're meant for me, and our love will last for eternity. So you bashful guys, don't keep your heart hidden deep down inside. Tell her you love her with all of your might. Don't be a bashful guy.
And you see that chatter at the end of the record there? Fortune had great records, but the production is sometimes needs something to desire. But anyway, there you go. I didn't say that right. The Earthquakes there. Earthquakes from November 59. That's going out to Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. Bashful Guy. Their first of two on the Fortune label. Armand Abney on lead. Now, Armand Abney would have another release as Orlando King on the Fortune label. I have that record. Actually, I think there's two he does with a group and then one without a group. On the one on pink and one on yellow, I think I have it somewhere in the no humidity basement. Let's move into 1960 now with a request for listener Kenny Mack. Kenny must be in a summer mood or wishing that it's summertime because he's requesting another summer record. Now, earlier we heard Summer Is Here by the Pals, and I think, Rick, you said summer was not here yet. There's still a couple of, you still have some months. Isn't that June 21st, I think, for summer, so we're a little bit early, but Kenny must be wanting it to be summer, and we hopefully Kenny won't be having a lonely summer because that's the title of this next 45 out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, it's the group's second of two on Lou Guarino and Lenny Martin's Robbie label. Now, this group formed in 1958 while attending Clairton High School, and I think they wanted to be like the Skyliners. I think that was their goal. They wanted to and they did sound like the Skyliners. They did. But this song co-written by the lead singer, his name is Ray Lanciasi. Lancianci. Cianese. I know how to pronounce it in Italian, but I don't know how you pronounce it in American. Because you would pronounce that as Chia, Lancianese. That's how you would say it in Italian. But anyway, it's arranged and conducted by Lenny Martin. This is for Kenny Mack. Hopefully he won't have this, but it's from October 1960, The Holidays on Robbie. It's called Lonely Summer.
It was a lonely summer, my dear, but it's not like summer because all I can think of is last year, my dear. Now we're not together at all. Loved before. I burned the flame while you played the game. Lonely summer, my dear.
my dear lonely summer, lonely, lonely summer, lonely summer, lonely, lonely summer, lonely summer, lonely, lonely summer, lonely summer, lonely summer.
That's going out to Kenny Mack. Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. Those are the holidays. That's their second release on the Robbie record label, October 1960. Lonely Summer is the name of the tune. I think they sound like, Leonard thinks the lead singer sounds like a little bit like Paul Anka. He does, but I think they tried to sound like the Skyliners. They have one more release on the Nix label, Nix, in 1961. We are in the year 1960. Let's go back to Detroit now with this request for listener Bob Evans in Ohio. Now, this group was managed by Robert West. Their debut single came out on the Mercury label back in 1956. Their manager, Robert West, also managed a number of labels, a few labels, that their next release came out on, West's Silhouette label. The group also had releases on West's Kudo label and this label, which is Flick Records. And their first release on Flick would become their biggest hit for them. It was called You're So Fine, which would be picked up by the Unart record label. But Bob requested their second release on the Flick label. Now, the group included was kind of like an all-star group. It included Eddie Floyd. All these singers went on to have successful soul careers. Eddie Floyd, Mac Rice, something about Willie Schofield, Lance Finney, and the lead singer, Joe Stubbs. Joe Stubbs was really the brother of Four Tops lead singer Levi Stubbs. And this song is written by the bass of the group, that being Willie Schofield, and their manager and label owner, Robert West. So this is from February of 1960. This is for Bob Evans in Ohio. Joe Stubbs, he's on lead. These are the Falcons on the Flick label. It's called You Must Know I Love You.
Arms like to hold you, baby. Arms like to hold you, baby. My eyes like to look at you, baby. Arms like to look at you, baby. My lips will love to kiss you. My lips kiss yours. And so you must know that I love you. My ears like to hear you, baby. My ears like to hear you, baby. My voice would like to talk to you, baby. My voice would like to talk to you, baby. My hand would love to touch you. My hand will touch your hand. So you must know that I love you. I like to hug you. I like to squeeze you, baby. I wanna hold you and enfold you and set your soul on fire. Don't you know that I love you? Don't you know that I need you? Don't you know that I want you? Don't you know I love to squeeze you? Now come on, come on, now come on, come on, now come on, come on. Yeah, I love you, my baby. Yeah, see her as my mama. Don't you wanna love you, baby? Don't you wanna squeeze your mama? Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You must know, you must know, you must know, you must know, yeah.
February 1960 release for the Falcons. That's their second release on the Flick label. You Must Know I Love You. Joe Stubbs, He's the lead singer on that. That's going out to Bob Evans in Ohio. We stay in 1960, but we go back to Brooklyn, New York. This is a request for Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group's first incarnation began in 1956. They were all students attending Lincoln High School. They included Hank Medress, Neil Sedaka, Eddie Rapkin, and a gal by the name of Cynthia Zolitan. I think that's how you say it. First recording for Morty Kraft's Melba record label. Eventually, the group broke up, and Hank Medress formed a new group with singers Warren Schwartz, Fred Kalkstein, and a new lead singer. He added a new lead singer. His name was Jay Siegel, and they were called Darrell and the Oxfords. They recorded for the Roulette record label. Now, after those two singles and Warren and Fred left, after Warren and Fred left, Medress asked two neighbors of his, they were known as Mitch and Phil Margot, to join and fill in for those two guys that left, and they became a reformed Tokens group, and they had a hit with their first release on Morty Kraft's Warwick record label. The A-side was called Tonight I Fell in Love. That was a big hit and a 45 that my aunt purchased when it came out in the early, I think it came out in December of 1960 originally, but Rick requested the flip side of the 45, written by Hank Medress and Phil Margot. It features Jay Siegel on lead, so we send this one out to Rick in Philly from December 1960. These are the Tokens on Warwick with their tune called I'll Always Love You, for Rick. Go. That's for Rick in Philly, December 1960. Those are the Tokens, Jay Siegel and the Tokens on the Warwick label. I'll Always Love You. That's the B-side to Tonight I Fell in Love. Where's Fred Clemens when you need him? He has a history on this Tokens release because, Evan, you mentioned about the vinyl presses. Have to be careful on the vinyl presses because the record was either reissued or booted, which I paid 75 cents in 1976 and got a vinyl press, but it doesn't have that I think on the bottom here it says like Columbia Pictures or something like that under the label. I think those are the first presses. Has to say that. Well, I think there was one pressing plant. I think if it doesn't have that, it's not an original. That's just how I feel about it. You got to get that on the styrene press. That's all I say. And then who asked me a questions here? Reed, Johnny, does the first Falcons record on Mercury only come on black? No, Reed, I have that also on maroon. I have that. I have it on black and maroon, that Falcons 45, to answer your question. Let's continue here. We are in 1960. We go back out to California. Want to send this one out to listener Josue Perez. It's a rare 45 on Ray Dobard's Music City record label out of Berkeley, California. Now, there are two releases by this group. This is their debut single, which came out in 1960. Now, their second single, they backed up a gal by the name of Lynn D. That came out in October 1960. This is a little bit earlier, probably 2 months earlier in 1960. And we're going to send this one out to Josue. 1960, these are the Pagans. The Pagans on Music City. It's called Lover's Plea.
Boom, dim, 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 boom, dim, 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 boom, boom, dim, 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 boom, dim, 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 boom, dim, 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 boom.
I want you, I need you to call my own, to walk with me through life as man and wife. So come to me and hold me, never ever to let me go. I love you so deeply, why so deeply? Dear, can you see? Please take me in your arms and fill me with all of your charm. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Darling, please take me in your arms and squeeze me so tightly the tears run from my eyes. For dear, can't you see that without you, I'm as a blind man walking through life in the dark. But with you, yes, with you, I could and I would be as a king. So come to me and hold me, never ever to let me go. I love you so deeply, why so deeply? Dear, can you see? Please take me in your arms and fill me with all of your charms. Ooh, ooh.
That group called the Pagans from 1960. Ray Dobard's Music City record label. Lover's Plea is the name of the tune. That's going out, a special request to Josue Perez. As we continue here on Vinyl Treasures, we are in 1960. Let's stay in Los Angeles, California for this request for listener Joe Shacatano. This group is this is a trio. This is a trio which which included Judy, I can't pronounce that name, Charlene Lampu, Lamppu, and someone named Pat, and the lead singer. So there you go. His name is Al Hazan, Hazan. He's the lead singer. They first recorded as the Galaxies on the Capitol label, then they changed their name to the Royal Galaxies. Now this tune written by the lead singer Al Hazan, and this charted number 65 on WVET in Rochester, New York. We go to December of 1960 for the Royal Galaxies on the Capitol label. It's called Over and Done With. This is for Joe Shacatano.
I starve for the touch of your sweet lips on mine again. Yes, darling, you're still a part of me. The air I breathe, the things I touch. For though you're gone from my arms, I still love you so very much. No.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano. They're called the Royal Galaxies, December 1960. It's on the Capitol record label. Did he sound like Paul Anka on that one, Leonard? What did you think? Over and Done With is the name of the tune. It's not over and done with, not yet. But we still got more to go. We're going to continue. Johnny G had to, we had a little hiatus there with the power outage here, but let's continue. We move into 1960. We go back out to California with this request for listener Josue Perez. It's on Big J McNeely's Harmonia record label. Harmonia Records was out of Los Angeles, California, named after Big J McNeely's mother. And the group is called the Sonics. Now, one of the writer credits on this is Douglas Baker. Douglas Baker, he was the lead singer of the Maharajas. They had 2 releases on the Flip label. I think he's a member of this group. They're really all singing together, but maybe there is a voice that comes in, but I think it's him. I think he definitely is in this group. So this is from January 61. This is going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room, the Sonics on Harmonia. The song is called Funny for Josue.
Every girl I see seems to glance at me. I didn't
That group called the Sonics from January 1961 on the Harmonia record label. That's Big J McNeely's label. He co-wrote this tune with Doug Baker, who maybe they were all singing together though, but this is not it's a hard record to find. It has a label. Somebody had tape or something on there. Eddie Estrada sold me this record a long time ago, but it's not easy to find. The Sonics called Funny. That's going out to Josue Perez as we continue here. And we are in 1961. This group is from Washington, D.C., and they had just one release. 145 came out on the PAC label, PAC. Actually, PAC stands for something. It stands for Potomac Arts Corp. That's what that stands for. And the lead singer on this goes by the name of Alan Johnson, and the group is called the Chessmen. Actually, both sides of this record are good too. I think I like the flip side too. It's called I Believe, but this is the A side from 1961, the Chessmen on PAC. The song is called Lola.
Lem de la oh la le oh lem de la oh la le lem de la oh la le oh lem de la oh la le lem de la oh la le oh lem de la oh la le oh Lola oh Lola you are my one and only Lola no one will ever take you Lola
'61 release there for the Chessmen. The Chessmen on the PAC label. It's called Lola. Alan Johnson, the lead singer on that one. We are in the 1961 segment here. We go back to Los Angeles, California with this request for listener Butch Ford in Hawaii. Now, they were all in high school back in 1955 when they got together initially and recorded as the Jayhawks on the Flash label and also on Aladdin Records. They then changed their name to the Vibes in 1958. I was going to play that Allied single they did, You Are, one of my favorite that they do. Then one more name change to the Vibrations. They had 13 releases. on the Checker label. Now, Butch requested their 7th, and it's a cover tune. This was first recorded back in 1948 by Bull Moose Jackson and his Buffalo Bearcats. The tune written by Henry Glover and Sally Nix. It features James Johnson on lead. By request for Butch Ford, July 61 release for the Vibrations on the Checker label, and their rendition of the tune, All My Love Belongs to You. This is for Butch.
You know I love you so, I'll never let you go. And darling, I'll be true, for all my love belongs to you. You set my soul on fire. You are my one desire. And darling, I'll be true. All my love belongs to you. That's why I want you to know that I love you so. Our love was meant to be. It would be oh so thrilling to know you are willing to spend your life with me. So make your answer yes. You are my happiness. And darling, I'll be true, for all my love belongs to you. All my love belongs to you. You know I love you all.
That's going out to Butch Ford there. Nice cover tune by the Vibrations, July 61 on the Checker label, All My Love Belongs to You. I never thought of that, read that they relocated out to Chicago. They have other releases, RV Records, okay, into what, the mid-1960s? Oh, they went further than that, I think. Anyway, those are the Vibrations. We are in 1961. Here's a request for Matey Campboy. And she requested a 45 on Bobby Robinson's Fury record label. The name of this singer is Charles Baker, and he wrote the tune. Now, I had a discussion with George Tompkins about this singer, and seems to be that this guy is basically unknown, but we think, in discussing with George, that this singer is really Henry Alston. Henry Alston was the lead singer of the Hurricanes. They recorded for King Records, and if you listen to the Hurricanes' third single on King, it was called Yours. Henry Alston sounds so much like this singer, Charles Baker. So George and I agree that it's probably the same person. What he was doing in New York City, I don't know, but this is like 5 years later from those King releases. So if you put that into perspective, I think they're the same person. That's what I say. Anyway, but it's Charles Baker. I say it's an alias for Henry Alston. This is by request for Matey Campboy on the Fury label from April 61. Charles Baker and group. It's called Darling, Here You Are for Matey.
Oh wondrous thing has happened since you came into my life. Darling, I'm hoping that someday soon you'll marry me and be my wife. Oh, I remember the day when you were so far away. But since I wished upon that star, darling, here you are. Darling, here you are. Darling, here you
That's going out to Matey Campboy. That's Charles Baker, I say, a.k.a. Henry Alston. They're from April 1961. Did I say that right there? What did I say there? Yeah, Henry Alston. I think that's Charles Baker. Fury Records, Darling, Here You Are is the name of that tune here. Let's continue now. We move into 1962. We go back to Detroit, Michigan. This is a request for listener Emnon. This group's debut single came out on the Danceland label in 1961. This was their follow-up. Came out on the Maureen record label, but there's a big typo mistake on the as the address on this. For some reason, they list this address in Chicago. That is not correct. It is Detroit. There is a mistake there. This is produced by Fred Wolf. He also co-wrote the tune with the lead singer. His name is Charles Hall. This is by request for listener Emnon, March 1962. These are the Metronomes. The Metronomes on Maureen Records. It's called My Dearest Darling for Emnon. As going out to Amnon, the Metronomes there. Charles Hall and the Metronomes, March 1962 on Maureen Records. My Dearest Darling is the name of the tune here. We continue now. Now, on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for listener Jimmy Amato. He requested Johnny Wyatt and the High Tones. Now, Johnny was previously the lead singer of Rochelle and the Candles, recorded for the Swingin' record label. They do a great tune called Once Upon a Time. Came out in October of 1960. Now, last week I played the A side of this 45 requested by Jimmy. It was called We Met at a Dance. It was a cover of the Castletones song on the Rift label. This week, Jimmy requested the flip side, written by the lead singer, that being Johnny Wyatt. This is from May 1962. It's Johnny Wyatt and the High Tones on the Big Time label out of Los Angeles, California. This is for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. It's called Wondering Why.
Troubles always come my way. If someone don't tell me, I guess I'll be wondering why. Sometimes I'm so lonely, I stand and watch the clouds roll by. I don't know the difference. I guess I'm just wondering why. My shadow always behind me. I keep looking back at my past. Sometimes I sit and I wonder, how long can these heartaches last? Oh, I'm wondering why. Good fortune just pass me by. Why don't somebody tell me and stop my wondering why? Yeah, somebody tell me, baby. Stop my wondering why.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, May 1962. Johnny Wyatt and the High Tones. That's the flip side to his rendition of the tune We Met at a Dance, a song called Wondering Why on the Big Time record label. If you're wondering why Johnny G plays original vinyl 45s, that's because I'm a collector and I enjoy playing music. I have a passion for music. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Hope you're digging on the tunes here. Tell your friends about the show. If you're new to the program, we need to get more subscribers here as we get up to 1,000. Let's continue. We are in 1962. Here's a request for our summer listener, Kenny Mack. This group is out of San Antonio, Texas. First recording in early 1960 on the San Antonio-based Harlem label. That's a good record. I should pull that out. What is it? Angel in My Dreams or something like that. But that's a good record. But they had 4 releases on the Cobra label. This is side 2 of their second release on Cobra. Written by the lead singer. His name is Demas Garza. This charted number 29 on KBLA in Burbank, California. This is going out to Kenny Mack, July 1962. These are the Royal Jesters with Demas Garza on lead on the Cobra label. It's called Love Me.
All I do is think of you, and all I want, your love so true. Please say you'll be mine until the end of time. Oh, please love me.
That's the sound of the Royal Jesters here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, going out to Kenny Mack, July 1962. Love Me is the name of the tune. Demas Garza, he's the lead singer on that. I have it on the Cobra label. This is like the second press or something. The Chirca pressing plant pressed this up. I don't know where that's out in California. I need that. I have the others with the snake logo on it, but this is, I don't know, I forget where I got this. I paid like $2 for it in 1980 or so. Somebody must have had some quantity on it, was selling it, and I ended up getting it, but I can't find that other one for some reason. I don't have everything. I have lots of things, but not everything. Anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We move into 1963 now. We go back to Brooklyn, New York, with this request for listener Jim Lampley in Texas. This group first recorded for the Herald label as the Vocal Airs back in 1962. Now, with their next release, they were known as the Blue Sonnets. Now, the song written by David Black. Do you know who David Black is? David Black, a.k.a. J. Black. No, is that David Black? Let me see. Hold on. It's not. It's Blatt, B-L-A-T-T, not Black. I typed it wrong. David Blatt is a.k.a. J. Black. And Marty Saunders, both of them, of course, were members of Jay and the Americans, but they wrote this tune. The song arranged by Tico Wilshire. This is produced by Bob Feldman, Jerry Goldstein, and Richard Goddard. They were, of course, a big a writing team. Also recorded as the Strangeloves in the mid-1960s, but they produced this. This is on the Columbia label. This is for Jim Lampley from May 63, the Blue Sonnets on Columbia. It's called Thank You, Mr. Moon, for Jim.
Mr. Moon, you're not so far, you're not as distant as a star.
Mr.
Smiling on me from the blue, let me give my thanks to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. For lighting up the sky. For showing me the love light in my baby's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Moon, for showing her the way. 'Cause now she's here beside me. I know she's here to stay. Thank you, Mr.
Moon, you're not so far, you're not as distant as a star. Smiling on me from the blue, let me give my thanks to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. But before you fade from sight, you sent heaven to these lonely arms. So thank you and good night. Thank you, Mr.
Moon, you're not so far, you're not as distant as a star. Smiling on me from the blue, let me give my thanks to Mr. Moon. You're not so far, you're not as distant.
That's going out to Jim Lampley there in Texas. The Blue Sonnets, May 1963 on the Columbia record label. Thank You, Mr. Moon is the name of the tune. As we wind down, here we are in the year 1963. We go to Miami, Florida for this next request for listener Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. And this is on Bill Rowley's, I guess that's how you say it, Bill Rolls or Rowley's L-Lore record label. It's a label he created by spelling his last name backwards. How sophisticated do you have to be, really? Now, it appears to be the only release on the label. Now, the gal singer here, her name is Mary Hylor, Hylor, and it's with Billy Roll and the Lighters, probably the instrumentation here. And I think this record was inspired by another song done by the Quintones in 1958. Came out on Red Top Records, either Red Top or Hunt Records, whichever way you own it. The song was called Down the Aisle of Love. I think that inspired this tune from 1963, Mary Hylor and Group on the L-Lore record label. This is for Adrian in our YouTube chat room. It's called We Walked Down the Aisle. It's for Adrian.
We walk down the aisles, we walk down the aisles, we walk down the aisles of love. We walk down the aisle, down the aisle.
My baby gave your smile.
We walk
more than I did before. And as we walk a happy mile. And I just want to say right here, I just want to say right here, it's my baby, yes indeed, gave me that smile. So come on home, come on home, just come on home, where you belong. Now I love you more, yes I do, yes I love you more than I did before. And we walk down City's
That's going out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room there. The sound of Mary Hylor and a group from 1963 on the L. Law record label. We walked down, it sounded like they said aisles. We walked down the aisle is the name of the tune. I have 2 copies of that record. The other one is kind of trashed. I bought it from Ralph Barton, my first copy. Spencer gave me a nice copy. Well, he didn't give it to me, but he sold it to me at a very reasonable price, and I really miss Spence Wooten. I do. As we continue here, we are in 1963. Let's go to the Bronx, New York now for this next group. It's a request for listener Emnon. It's their only release. It came out on Eddie Gry's Eddie's label out of Little Ferry, New Jersey. Now this, I guess, are 6 people called septets. I guess the septet included Richie Capalla, Mike Gervan, Paulie and Warren Grossman, Alan Mandel, Greg Pavarotti, and the lead singer Warren Gratis. The lead singer on this is Warren Gratis, who wrote the tune. This is produced by Stan Krause, and this is the intended B-side from November 1963. These are the Darvells on the Eddie's label, and the song is called Gone. This is for Emnon.
Look out my window, the night lingers on. Try to fall asleep, but I will. Look out my window, the night lingers on. All I can think of is you are gone. Look out my window, the night lingers on. Try to fall asleep, but I will. I love you, baby, but now you're
As going out to listener Emnon there. They're called the Darvells. Warren Gradison lead the Darvells, November 63 on the Eddie's record label. Eddie Gry's Eddie's label, it's called Gone. As we continue here, we are in 63. Let's go back to a request here for Matey Campboy. Now, this group formed while they were attending Gompers Junior High School and continued to sing junior high school. They continued to sing in high school. They attended Fremont High School in Los Angeles, California. The group included James Pee Wee Williams, he was the tenor, Norman Richmond, also a tenor, Frank Harrison, the baritone, and bass Keenan Selkio. Collectively, they were known as the Perennials. They met up with Al Scott. He was a record salesman and part-time DJ at John Dolphin's record shop, who was instrumental with their only release that came out on this label, Ball Records. So it's a rare 45. Spence sold me this record here. The Perennials here, by request for Matey Campboy from 1963 on the Ball label. It's called I'm Yours Until the End for Matey. That's a West Coast rarity there by the Perennials. 1963, it's on the Ball record label, I'm Yours Until the End. That's going out to Matey Campboy. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And this is with like a half-hour hiatus. So we would have been done a long time ago. We go back to Brooklyn, New York now with this request for listener Joe Shacatano. And they were signed to Joe Schulman's Yustle's label, which was out of Newark, New Jersey. They would have 3 releases. All came out in the year 1963. Now, Joe requested the B-side to their debut single. The group included Steve Baranteas, Doyle Burgos, Edgar Hernandez, Joe Leone, and lead singer Eduardo Eddie Navarez. This is from 1963. This is for Joe Shacatano. These are the young ones. The young ones on the Yustles label. It's called Those Precious Love Letters. This is for Joe.
Those precious love letters, so faded and old, souvenirs of my darling, more precious than gold. She now loves another as once she loved me, but she's still my darling in my memory. Those precious love letters I saved through the years. Each night as I read them, I stain them with tears. I've learned of my sorrow soon after she'd gone. She's gone. Those precious love letters I tenderly hold. I read them all over like treasures untold. I hope she's not sorry that she said goodbye. I cherish her letters and I remember to cry. Precious, precious, precious love letters. Precious, precious, precious love letters.
There you go. That's for Joe Shacatano. I like that record too, Leonard. The Young Tones there with Eduardo Eddie Navarez on lead. 1963. That's their the B-side to their debut single on the Yussels record label. The Young Ones with Those Precious Love Letters. Two more 45s to go. Johnny G's got to get out of here. We go out to Los Angeles, California for this request for Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico in our YouTube chat room. It's on Lloyd Price and Harold Logan's Double L label. Now, this singer was born May 20th of 1950 in Saginaw, Michigan. He was discovered by Lloyd Price, and in the summer of 1963, he went to New York City to record his debut single. It was called Oh What a Night for Love, but Adrian requested the B-side to his second release, written by label owners Lloyd Price and Harold Logan. This is arranged by Van McCoy. This is from March 1964, going out to Adrian in the YouTube chat room. It's on Double L Records. This is Roy Tyson and his tune called The Girl I Love for Adrian.
Always be the one and only.
As by request for Adrian, Adrian in our YouTube chat room there. That's the sound of Roy Tyson and a group from March 1964. Came out on the Double L record label. Double L Records, owned by Lloyd Price and Harold Logan. There's the Double L's. Song entitled "The Girl I Love." Unfortunate that he passed away. I was doing research today and I saw his obituary. He passed away on September 6th of 2015 at the age of 65. But we remember him here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. Thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, send me an email. That's the best way to get me requests. Charlene goes crazy trying to read them in the chat room. She does, because there's a lot of chatter going on, but she does get them. Sometimes she misses them, but there must be a way, Charlene, that we can save the chat somehow, and you can copy it and save it somewhere. There's probably a way to do that, but it's best to send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. I check and see if I have the records. If I do, I send them to Charlene. She'll either check it on the data file if I could have played it somewhere in, anywhere between 2005 and, last year or something. And there is some write-up about it, so she gets and she pulls it up, and then I kind of massage it. We did it differently this time, and I finished earlier, I have to say, because I started when you guys send me your requests, because I also do the 60's show, which is on Wednesday nights. So I'll be looking for 60's records. I'll be pulling a couple boxes and just listening to them, and then I'll clean them and then I'll prepare them. But we have no information on that, so that takes me a while to do that one. But the 50's show, I have a lot of the records kind of already written up. I may have played them within the last 15 years or so. But anyway, so you can tune into the show right after I shut down here. It should be available momentarily on YouTube, but no chat. But it's been coming earlier for some reason. Also, you can go to my YouTube, you can go to my website, vinyltreasures.net. You can stream or download the show there, but I got to splice the two files now because of that power outage. I should charge Con Edison for that. You wait till I call them up. But anyway, so thank you all for tuning in tonight, and I hope you dug on the tunes tonight. I enjoy bringing them to you. This is really the only time I get to hear my records, when you guys request them and gals request them. So thank you, Charlene, for all your help, and all those of you that sent Johnny G emails with your requests. I appreciate it. And those of you that have come on board and found out about the show, talking to some people, I was dealing with some of the doctors with my parents this week, and then even with retirement, because one of the gals called me about from my old company and said, John, you got to start to sign up for, Medicare. And then I said, well, you can't call me on Wednesdays because I do a radio show, or Saturdays. She goes, you do? So she got all excited and she became a subscriber. So Jermaine, if you're listening, maybe you are, but thank you. But so that's how I've been getting some of the people tuning into the show. So it's starting to branch out and become a very cool thing. So thank you all for that. But we're going to close the show tonight with a request for Mike Sape in Connecticut. This quintet is out of Jersey City, New Jersey. They included sisters Elsie and Maxine Herbert. It's not a girl group. I said quintet. So it's Elsie and Maxine Herbert, Alma Brewster, Diane Taylor, and the bass of the group, a male. His name is Charles Thomas. Collectively, they were known as the Jelly Beans. And this is the B-side to their first of two on the Redbird label. The A-side was called I Wanna Love 'Em So Bad. Maybe some of you out there know that song. But this is the B-side, written by George Davis, produced by Jeff Barry and Steve Vanette, and arranged by Ellie Greenwich, all-star people there. This is going out to Mike Sape in Connecticut. Our closer tonight is from May 64, the Jelly Beans on Redbird. The song is called So Long. That's going to do it, folks. Thank you all. I'll be back next Saturday night beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 to midnight with an hour of overtime. Or you can join me Wednesday night for some Soul 45s out of my collection, all 60s soul records out of my collection. That's it, folks. I'm out of here. It's still pouring rain. It's 56 and rain. Hopefully you have better weather where you are. Just want to say, everybody, so long.